Howdy, mister.
Oh, hi. I was beginning to think the place was deserted. Wonder if we might use a little of your water.
Help yourself.
Sure is a storm blowing up out there. Could be. Night coming on, I wouldn't want to be caught in it. I wonder if I could spend the night.
No, can't spend the night.
Be glad to stay in the barn.
No, this is private property owned by the stage line. I run it. And I say you can water your horse, fill your canteen, and leave.
Can't do any harm in the barn. I promise I won't disturb the chickens.
Now, I ain't fooling, mister. You get.
Put away that gun, Grandpa.
You get back in the house.
I'm sorry, I don't like to have a gun pulled on me.
This is still private property, and you're still trespassing.
Don't mind Grandpa. He thinks every man that comes by here is going to grab me and ride away.
Well, that's what you want, ain't it, Marty? That's it, ain't it?
Maybe. Maybe that's the only way I'll get away from here.
Now, listen, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I just want to bed down for the night. I'll be gone in the morning. Oh, here. And be careful with that thing. The next fellow might take you seriously.
Now, you get in that house. And stay away from him.
Hello.
Well, hello.
The wind's really blowing up a storm out there.
Sure is.
Picking up sand and dust.
Well, I'm glad I'm here instead of there. I want you to listen to me, young miss. I don't want any more trouble with your grandfather. So I think it would be best for all concerned if you just turned your little old self around and went back into the house, all right?
Grandpa's asleep in the chair. Does it every night after supper. Been watching him do it for 8 long years.
Yes, well, I still think it would be best if you,
I didn't come here to see you. I came here to get one of my books.
Oh?
I hide him in here from Grandpa.
Why do you hide them?
Because they're about places.
What kind of places?
I'll show you. This one is about New York. It's got pictures in it, too. Have you ever been to New York?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Well, what's it like?
Well, it's, big, noisy. It's got lots of people.
Oh, yes, that's what I thought. Lots of people. Oh, I bet it's like all the big cities. Rome and London and Paris. My grandpa doesn't want me to know about those places. Watches over me all the time. Won't let me even talk to anyone. Especially boys. And men.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think you ought to blame your grandfather. I think most men feel protective when it comes to their daughters, granddaughters, especially when they're pretty, like you are.
My mother was pretty once.
I'm sure she was.
She hated it here. After my father died, she used to stand out in the yard and watch the stage go. She used to say, someday I'm going to get away from here and never come back.
And she left.
Yes. Some man came in on the stage one day, and he was handsome and rich. He promised to show Ma the whole world.
Think she'll ever come back?
No. I don't want her to.
Oh, really?
Well, she got what she wanted. She got away. I drew this of her just before she left.
It's very nice.
You have talent. How long you been doing it?
Ever since I can remember. I make my own charcoal and use whatever paper I can. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I don't even know who you are.
Well, I don't even know who you are.
I'm Marty. Marty Johnson.
I'm Adam. Adam Cartwright. Been up on the Humboldt River, checking out the range. On the way home.
Where do you live?
Ponderosa, about 100 miles from here.
100 miles. I haven't been more than 10 miles away from here. I'm beginning to think I'll never get away.
Oh, yes, you will. One of these days, some nice young fella's going to come along and take you away to those wonderful, mysterious places you've been reading about.
Will you take me with you, Mr. Cartwright?
No.
Why not?
Well, first of all, your grandfather would have the law right after me.
If my mother was able to do it, why can't I?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Who are you?
My name's Cody. I've been running from that storm out there.
On foot?
No, my horse broke his leg in that gully back a few miles. I'd appreciate it if you give me some shelter for the evening.
Well, this girl's grandfather runs the place here, and I'm afraid he doesn't take too kindly to strangers. As a matter of fact, he pulled a gun on me when I asked for the same thing.
Well, I gather he didn't persuade you to leave.
Yeah. Just thought I'd warn you.
I'm warned. Are you afraid of visitors like your grandfather?
No. But Grandpa runs the station.
Well, you mind if I have some coffee then? I'm kind of cold and hungry and tired. In that order.
Come in the house. Both of you.
You are sure you want to do this? You know how grandfather feels.
I want to.
Well, this ought to be interesting.
Marty! 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 What are you doing down here? Now, you go on and get in that house. I'm going to tan your hide.
You're right. He's downright unfriendly.
Who are you?
Name's Cody.
Well, like I said to him, this here's private property. Ain't nobody staying here. Now, go on and get both.
Don't. Put it back.
I told you about that gun.
I was just saying to the young lady here, I'm kind of cold and hungry and tired. And I think I'd be a lot more comfortable inside the house. So let's go, huh? Yeah, I've heard of the Bonanza. Must be pretty soft holding a big spread like that.
Well, if you consider working 10, 12 hours a day for 20 years to build it, guess maybe you're right.
Well, there are quicker ways of getting rich, friend.
Oh, I'm sure there are. Which way are you headed?
The border. I got a little deal down in Mexico.
Mexico? Did I hear you say something about Mexico?
Yeah, what about it?
Marty's interested in faraway places.
So was her mother. Look what happened to her.
At least she had the courage to get away from here. My mother's been all over the world. A couple of years ago, I got a letter from Paris.
I hear that's a great old town. I bet she really did some living there.
Can't you shut up? Now, you stop talking to her like that, filling her head with fool ideas.
Oh, what's wrong with you, old man? You want her to wind up an old woman regretting the things she's never done?
Well, now, you talk just like the man that took her mother away. You all talk big. She's my granddaughter, and I don't want her hearing it.
No, I don't think words can do her any harm, Mr. Johnson.
Well, your protectiveness is very touching, grandfather. What's she protecting you from, Marty?
Everything. And everybody. He thinks he's going to keep me here the rest of my life. Someday I'm going to get away.
And end up someplace where nobody cares what happens to you.
Anything's better than being locked up.
Well, you got spunk, honey. Don't let anyone ever tell you what you ought not to do.
You understand, don't you?
Well, yeah, I can understand why you'd want to get away from this.
Take me away.
Marty.
What?
I could go with you to Mexico.
Look, kid, I'm traveling fast, so I have to travel alone.
Well, you could leave me any place, any place.
Oh, come on, Marty. You know better than that. Use your head.
Please, mister. We could use our horses from the corral.
Oh, no, you won't.
Who's that?
Where are you going? Now, where do you think I'm going? That's a stage coming in. I have to take care of it.
Stage this time of night?
It's late. Way late. Will you mind your own business?
What's the matter, Luke? Something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Just think it's kind of a strange time of night for a stage to arrive.
It's 4 hours overdue. Probably got caught in the storm.
Whew, I ain't never seen the likes of that wind. Hi, Marty. Who they?
Oh, the storm blew us in. But we're leaving in the morning.
Sure is a humdinger. Horses can't be no time at all. We stopped at Juniper Hole for a couple hours, figured they'd let up a little, but it didn't.
Well, you better get going, Leif. You're way late now.
That's right, Jesse. So late, in fact, a couple of hours ain't gonna make any difference.
Well, I ain't running no hotel.
But you're running a line station, and the line passengers are important. So you just end up with all that chatter, Jesse. We're staying here till morning. Think you can fix us up a little bit of grub, Marty?
Sure. If Grandpa doesn't...
Well, Grandpa can't do anything about it. He works for the stage line.
Old man, how many passengers are there?
Just two. Guess that's all there is.
What difference does it make?
None, no difference at all.
Terrible out there. I've never seen such a wind.
How long do you think it'll last? Never can tell, but you'll be able to travel through it come daylight.
Wait, better. I gotta get to San Francisco before the week's out.
Oh, stop worrying, Tim. The job will be there. I'm Lucy Fisher.
My pleasure, ma'am. I'm Adam Cartwright.
Smells good.
We have a very good cook here. Adam Cartwright.
And Tim? Well. Luke Martin. I haven't seen you since St. Louis. What is it, 3 years? Just about. How are you, Lucy?
I'm fine, Luke.
Martin, huh?
What are you doing out here, Tim? We're on our way to San Francisco. I got a job managing the new Palace Saloon, if I ever get there. I'm gonna check on that driver. No. What? Stay in here. What's the idea? If you're on your way out from St. Louis, you've been hitting the same towns I have. So you're staying in here.
Well, we fed the livestock, and I am do the same thing to myself. What's everybody being so quiet about? Let's get to them victuals.
Leif. This is Luke Martin.
Don't. Where did you meet the posse?
When we stopped at Juniper Hole. They're staying there till the storm blows itself out.
I figured the storm would delay them as much as me. Well, we might all as well make ourselves comfortable. Put your guns on the table. Down at the end. All right, now step back.
What do they want you for, Luke?
I killed a man.
How much money that kid's father put up?
$5,000.
He must really want you, Mr. Martin.
Boy, that worthless weaseling kid sure wasn't worth that. He was a liar and a cheat, and he deserved to die.
His pa didn't think so.
Well, I thought so.
And now that you're running, do you still think so?
Well, what do you know about it? You weren't there when the kid came across the table with a knife in his hand.
That's self-defense, isn't it?
Well, not in that town. And that's why I'm running. And that's why I have to travel alone. Well, listen, it's going to be a long night, so let's all sort of relax, enjoy it, huh?
Sure spent the night in better places than this. Come on, Marty, let's get that food on the table.
What about the posse?
Well, they don't know where I am. They'll wait the storm out back at Juniper Hole. Take 'em about 3 hours to get here after they start. And besides, if I left, Tim would head right back for the posse. Wind or dust or storm. Wouldn't you, huh, Tim? $5,000 is a lot of money. Don't anybody start counting it yet.
You know, Marty, you're an awful good cook. Where'd you learn it?
Not much else to do around here, except maybe feed the chickens.
Well, anyway, you're good enough to make a living at it if you had to.
A girl as pretty as Marty doesn't have to worry about earning a living as a cook.
I'm not that pretty.
You sure are, honey. Anytime you want a job, you just look me up in San Francisco.
I picked the girls.
I do the hiring, and don't you forget it.
But I picked the girls, and don't you forget that.
From the looks of the girls you've picked lately, you must be getting afraid of competition.
Listen, you. There ain't a girl from St. Louis to San Francisco that'd put up with the stuff I've taken off you in the last 10 years.
All right. Knock off that chatter out there and bring in some more coffee.
What kind of a job are you talking about?
Well, it's not for you, Marty.
Well, anything's better than this.
You got a lot to learn, kid.
I've known plenty of nice girls that worked the bars. Some of them married pretty good, too.
Don't listen to him, honey. Anytime you want a job, you just come and see me in San Francisco.
Thanks. I will.
Men. You're all alike. Don't pay attention to any of them, Marty.
Think the posse's gonna take a chance on this storm? Seems to be dying down a little.
Well, I tell you, I'm a gambler, friend. And I've got a long ride ahead of me. I think I'm going to stand a lot better chance when the storm is over. Besides, they're lawmen. They're not after bounty money like our friend Tim here.
For a lousy $5,000, you risk getting yourself killed. Maybe I ought to make you pay for the chance you took, huh?
Why shoot him?
Why not? He deserves it.
Maybe. Where does it end?
Well, if he'd gotten his hands on one of those guns, he would have killed me.
But he's not you.
All right, sit up there. Maybe next time you won't be so lucky. You can do what you want with us. They'll get you anyway, Luke. You just wait and see. Maybe I would be better off bucking that storm than staying in here.
Maybe you'd be better off going back.
What does that mean? Give myself up?
Well, you said the kid came at you with a knife. Maybe you can prove it.
With the kid's father owning the whole town? Let's have a laugh together, huh, friend?
I see what you mean.
What would they do to you if you went back?
They'd hang me.
Maybe. Maybe only a jail sentence.
Well, I'd rather be dead in that case.
I know what you mean about jail. It's how I feel around here. Every day, just like the last one. Day after day.
We think a little alike, honey. Anyway, I don't plan on going back, dead or alive. By tomorrow night, I'll be in Mexico. It's been a long night. I should get moving in a few minutes.
How long has it been since you slept?
Oh, yeah, so long I forgot.
It'll be even longer before you reach the border.
Well, don't worry about it. I'll make it. That's me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad.
Like it?
Yeah, I like it. Can I have it?
I'd be pleased.
You know, I get down to Mexico, I'm going to get a frame for this. Hang it up on the wall. And I'll tell everybody about the pretty girl who drew it for me.
Luke.
Yeah?
Oh, it's almost dawn. You'll be leaving soon. Please take me with you.
Honey, don't start that again.
I could help you.
You can help me.
I can saddle horses and I can ride as well as anyone. I know the desert. I could show you the way.
You really want to get away from here, don't you?
More than anything else in this world.
All right, go on, saddle up 2 horses.
You mean it?
Go on, hurry.
You're not being fair, you know.
Well, why is that? Life with me wouldn't be that bad.
The moment she gets in your way, you'll drop her.
Come on now, she's a big girl. She can take care of herself.
That kid's lived here all of her life. She's never been anyplace else. I want you to just leave her alone. I think I can help her.
Well, what are you going to do? Get her a job as a cook? Or send her on the way with Tim? That is, if you don't get yourself shot by that old man. No, I think that I know her a little bit better than you do. She'll be all right. She's got spunk, like I said. Anyway, I sort of like her. And somebody's got to take her out of this trap.
Maybe so, but not you, huh?
Well, I think I'm the only one who can do it, Cartwright.
Well, at least we know where we stand.
I put these in the saddle.
All right.
Use your head, Luke. You can't outrun that posse with a girl on your hands.
Well, I tell you, I think I can.
No, you're fooling yourself.
Everything's ready. I'll just go pack a few clothes.
She's not going with you, Luke.
We just been all through that, Cartwright.
I'm not going to let her get on that horse.
No?
Nope.
Well, that kind of makes me feel like you're asking me to kill you.
Would you? Is taking that girl with you that important?
What's with you, Cartwright? Yesterday you didn't even know she existed.
Anybody, stranger or not, deserves help when they're walking into trouble.
Well, I don't understand you, friend. But you are right about one thing. It ain't that important to me. If you're ever down in Mexico, look me up. Tell Marty I'm sorry.
Where are you going in those clothes?
I'm leaving, Grandpa.
With him? With that killer? No, you can't do that. I won't let you go. Marty!
Where is he? Where's Luke?
He's gone.
No. No, he's taking me with him.
No, he's not, Marty. He changed his mind.
But he promised me. He promised.
I know.
Oh, leave me alone.
Silly dang girl. I ought to go in there and tan her hide good.
If you'd ever given her any understanding and a little warmth from your heart, it never would have happened.
You started it. It all started when you came here last night.
No, it didn't start with me. It started a long time ago, and you know when. Now, I want you to go in there and tell her you're sorry. And promise her a chance in life.
I don't know what to say.
All right. Marty, I know you're not going to believe it, but I do know how you feel. So does your grandfather. You know, the way you hurt now is the same kind of pain he must have felt when your mother ran away. You know, I don't think we ever really know anybody else's pain. Just our own. When somebody you love turns their back on you and rejects you, it's just about the blackest time in the world. And now it's that kind of a time for you. But understand it, Marty. Don't blame your grandfather. Don't blame anybody for what's happened to you. Right now, it could never work out with you and Luke anyway. I know, I could say I have the right to talk another man down, but I don't mean that. I'm not even saying that he's absolutely wrong for you, but... well, the way he is now, running away from himself, life, or whatever it is, well, the only thing he could bring you is just more pain. You see, when you start running, you gotta be sure that you're not just exchanging one trap for another. You don't want to do that, Marty. Life promises too much to just carelessly and foolishly throw it away. You know, you're a very lovely, very talented girl. Your drawings and your sketches show a real gift. But it's a gift that's got to grow. It's got to be helped.
It's going to help me out here.
Well, I think I might be able to help you. I've got some great friends in San Francisco I know that'll be glad to help. But you got to help, too. You got to give time a chance. And you got to give yourself a chance.
Luke, you're back. You've come back for me. I knew you'd come back.
What happened?
I guess I was wrong. That posse didn't hold up at Juniper. They rode on through. I saw them out there and doubled back.
I figured you'd never make it.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, I don't know. I'll think of something.
That posse on your heels is kind of late, isn't it?
Well, it could be. But I think my luck's still running good.
Up to now, friend.
Marty, you stay away from him.
Hey, shut up, old man. Now, you women get inside. Hurry up. Larkin, get the saddle off this horse and get in the corral. Come on! Back that stage up. Get in the barn.
You sure you know what you're doing, Marty? Listening to a man like that?
He'll take me with him this time.
You got a lot to learn about men. You in love with that guy?
I don't know. Never been in love.
You'll know. When the right man comes along, you'll know. I knew when I was in love with Tim.
Are you still?
It's different now. Tim's weak where that Luke is strong. Say, maybe that's good. At least Tim ain't being chased by a posse who wants to kill him.
I'm sorry to call this reunion so soon after our last goodbye, boys, but that's the way the cards were dealt. So let's all settle down. I don't think we're going to have long to wait.
You expect to get out with just your gun?
I don't think there's going to be a need for any gun.
When you met that posse, I told you your luck ran out.
Not yet, my friend.
I told you how'd end up with him. Now you just wait. There'll be shooting and killing.
All right, here they come. All right, now just tell him your grandfather's sick, but keep him away from the house.
But Luke...
Don't worry, honey. Everything will be fine.
All right. I'll try to get rid of him.
Howdy, ma'am. I'm Sheriff Ross, and these are my deputies. We're looking for a man by the name of Luke Martin. Have you seen any strangers around here?
No. There hasn't been anyone here since the stage went through last night.
We ran into it at Juniper Hole during the storm.
Oh, they just changed horses and kept on going.
What, in that storm?
Oh, one of the passengers was in a hurry to get to San Francisco.
Yes, he talked about it, Juniper.
And don't try anything, friend, unless you want that girl to get caught in the crossfire. And remember, all of you, any one of those bullets can hit you, too.
You here all alone, ma'am?
Yes. Except my grandfather. He's been sick in bed for the last few days.
Oh, that's too bad. Anything we can do for you?
No, thank you. He'll be up in a day or so.
And would you mind if we watered our horses?
Of course not.
Thanks for your trouble, ma'am.
Maybe he took a chance and moved on.
Well, I guess all we can do is push on and hope to catch up with him.
Good girl, Marty.
Oh, like you said, she's got spunk.
When we get out of here, everything might just work out all right.
You're a long way from getting out of here.
I'm mounting up. They say it worked.
Tim!
What happened?
Stupid Tim.
No, Marty.
Why'd you have to do it, Tim? Why?
For 5,000. How could you blame me?
You big stiff. Is that all that's important to you?
5,000. You know what I could do with that kind of money?
You could get yourself killed trying to get it. That's what you could do.
No more working for other people. I could have had a place of my own.
You darn fool. You never would have known what to do with it. You always picked the wrong things. The wrong horses, the wrong women.
I picked you, Lucy.
Tim?
He's dead. You killed him.
Well, he deserved killing. All he was thinking about was that reward money, so he died trying to get it.
You know you didn't have to shoot him, Luke. You saw what happened. I had him at the door. You didn't have to kill him.
Well, what did you expect me to do? You saw him make his play. You know what he was trying to do? I'm fighting for my life, friend.
How many lives do you figure yours is worth?
As many as it takes to get me out of here.
Luke! You haven't got a chance in there. At least send out the girl and the old man. Why get them killed?
Send Marty out with Lucy.
Nobody leaves here.
There's no sense in getting the women shot. What good'll it do you?
I'll show you what good it'll do me.
Don't look like he's going for it.
Now what?
Well, he's pinned down. He can't get away. Sooner or later, he's got to give up. And listen, I don't want anybody risking his life when they don't have to. Tell the others.
What's happening? Why aren't they shooting out there?
I know they got him pinned down.
You don't worry about that. I'm still ahead of them.
All they got to do is wait.
Yeah? Well, I don't have to wait. I'm taking you out of here.
Suppose I don't want to go.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, and I'm going to do what I say.
You're going to get her killed. That's what you're going to do. All he wants is a hostage.
If you want to hide behind a woman's skirt, take me.
I'm not asking you either. I'm taking Marty out of here.
Well, I'm not going to let you do it, Luke.
Don't get in my way, Cartwright.
You know how it's going to have to be.
All right. If you want me to kill you.
No! Luke, I'll go. Don't kill him.
It's funny how it's always my choice, isn't it? You figure I got to worry about everybody else's problems and never my own. Well, this time it's going to be different. Come on, Jesse, grab her!
Leave him alone, leave him. Now it's all over, Luke.
Well, what are you going to do? Turn me in for the money?
No, I don't need the money. But I don't see that you get a fair trial.
Well, I tell you what you can do. You can pull that trigger.
No, that's the difference between you and me.
Well, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. You understand that?
You won't. They're going to hang you. Let's go.
Look, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't much help, was I? Well, you're lucky you didn't go away with me. Now maybe you'll get out of here. Listen, there is one thing you can do for me.
Well, that depends.
You're gonna get $5,000 when you take me out to that posse. Do you see she gets it? So she can get her chance.
She's got it.
When you rode into the way station the other day, Mr. Cartwright, I almost shot you. But if you hadn't come, I'd have probably gone right on being a dang fool the rest of my life. Here they come.
Well, Lucy, there's the address of the art teacher in San Francisco.
Thank you, Adam. I'll put it right here in my little pocketbook. Don't worry, I'll deliver her safely.
I'm sure you will. You gonna be all right?
Sure. Maybe I'll find another Tim. With my luck, I always pick that kind of guy.
Good luck.
Goodbye, Adam.
Goodbye, Grandpa.
Goodbye, Marty. Now, I was only doing what I thought was right.
Oh, I know.
Can't even look at you without seeing your ma. Same fresh innocence. Same trust. Same hunger for all those things I couldn't give her.
You gave me love, just as you gave it to Ma. I understand it now.
Oh, well, I better get those bags to the coach. Marty, while you're away, you'd better be a good girl or I'll tan your hide.
If you don't, I will.
Oh, thank you, Adam.
Make it mean something, Marty.
I will.
He hasn't danced with anybody but her all night. Do you think it was wise to invite Judge Terry here then?
All these people are our friends. Let's keep the Civil War out of this house.
Still for pretty toes, will you, Bob?
What's the matter, Charlie? Don't you like our punch?
Oh, sure.
Adam, it looks like little Joe is rather taken with the charms of that Southern belle.
Yes, so it would seem.
Punch.
Friends, we're honored tonight by the presence of the distinguished English Shakespearean actor, Walter Craigsmuir. And I am fortunate to have been able to prevail upon him to recite a short selection from the performance, which he'll be presenting at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Mr. Walter Craigsmuir.
Ladies and gentlemen, mine host, Mr. Cartwright, as you have requested, some words from the immortal bard. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause, and be silent, that you may hear. And awake your senses, that you may the better judge.
Forgotten, look away.
If there be any man in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say,
oh, I wish I was in
love for Caesar was no less
look
than
away, look away.
If
you have
then
enough
that
manners to
friend
be quiet?
demand-
You got something against Dixie, Yank?
Why don't you get out of here with your drunken rebel, Terry?
There are just as many Yankee drunks, Stuart. You will not bring the Civil War into my house.
All right, why don't you come out with it?
Out with it?
With what you're thinking.
Well, that could be a dangerous request.
I wasn't deaf last night when you made your remarks about Morvath.
Joe, I didn't say anything about the girl. Just about what she represents. Which happens to be a system based on the enslavement of human beings.
She doesn't believe in that any more than you do. She just feels the South has the right to work out their own problems. They don't want to be dictated to by a bunch of northern politicians.
You mean it wants to hold on to slavery for another 100 years?
I mean nothing of the kind. In either case, Morvath has nothing to do with it.
Now, Joe, that's not true, and you know it. She and her father are bound to the South and everything it stands for in the war.
Now, look, lately you've been twisting everything and everybody into the war or politics. Now, after this, I want you to leave my girl out of it.
Well, how can I? When she and her father are in it up to their necks. And they'll pull you in with them if you don't come to your senses.
You know, I'm getting a little tired of your prejudice against my girl.
And I'm getting tired of you being blinded by a girl when there's more important things to remember.
What's all this about?
Just trying to open his eyes a little.
Open his eyes about what?
About Judge Terry.
I'm not marrying Judge Terry.
Now, hold on there, boy. This is the first time you've mentioned anything about marriage?
I wasn't sure before. Morvath and I are going to be married. And I don't care about her father's politics. I love her and she loves me.
I think she'd say anything to get a cart right into the Terry faction.
Joe, cut it. Stop it. Enough.
Oh, you know about Terry. You know Jefferson Davis has promised him the governorship to the territory if it goes Confederate.
What's that got to do with Morvath?
Well, I just got through telling you.
Well, Adam, can a young fella fall in love with a girl without war or politics coming into it?
Not when it's Terry's daughter.
Hey, Paul. Oh. Paul, we got a caller up at the house.
Who?
It's Bill Stewart. He says he wants to talk to you. It's important.
Well, tell him I'll be right along.
Yes, sir.
Now, how about both of you giving a little thought to the running of this ranch? And stop wasting your time on things that don't concern us.
I think that this war does concern us.
And we've got a ranch to run. And starting right now, we're all going to remember it. We got an offer from McKeeson and Carson for 50,000 feet of undressed timber. I want you and Hoss to head north and mark out the timber for cutting. By the time the herd was inspected, so you can pack your grub and take care of that. Maybe a couple of weeks on the trail will clear your heads and cool your tempers. Now, come on, there are a couple of things out here I want you to do.
Afternoon, Ben.
Hello, Bill. How are you?
Never better. In fact, I'm full of beans and benevolence this afternoon, Ben. The legislature just gave us the nod.
What nod?
Statehood. They've called a convention to meet in Carson City next week. 36 delegates from all over the Comstock to vote a resolution to join the Union. Now, we've divided up the territory, and you're going to represent the Ponderosa.
Well, wait a minute now, Bill.
You've got the biggest spread in the area, Ben. You're entitled to representation. Oh, naturally, you'll be able to vote whichever way you want, for or against statehood. But I know you pretty well, Ben, and I'm pretty confident that I can
Don't be too confident, Bill.
About what?
About the way I'm going to vote.
Ben, you see what's going on in town. Terry's already lining up delegates to defeat a statehood resolution. He figures to lick us in the convention and then shove us over into the Confederacy.
That's just so much talk.
Talk, is it? The law says all statehood needs is a 2/3 majority. I've got 23 delegates pledged to me. That's one short. I need your vote, Ben. And Lincoln needs the silver. He needs it bad.
Yeah. Yes, he needs it bad. And so does Jefferson Davis need it bad. And if neither one of them gets it, the war will die of its own poverty.
Ben Cartwright, you got your head deeper in the ground than the deepest diggings.
Bill, this war has nothing to do with us here in the territory. But it's already divided my sons, one against the other. I don't want any part of it. And if statehood means war, then I certainly don't want any part of that. Now, you're going to have to find your vote somewhere else. You're not going to find it here.
I never thought I'd see the day that you'd abandon your country.
You don't mean that.
Don't I?
What are you thinking about?
I was thinking about the dance the other night.
Oh. I'm sorry about what happened. I guess feelings are running pretty high, though.
But that wasn't what I was thinking about, little Joe. I was thinking about the dress Emily wore. Did you notice it?
Her dress? No. Oh, I didn't even notice Emily.
I understand that dress came all the way from London, right through the British blockade, there across the country. It was a beautiful dress. Father said I could order one from Paris, France next year.
Well, we'll have a party so you can show it off.
We haven't had a party in our house in ever so long. I love parties, little Joe, where everyone looks so nice. The men are all standing up so straight and proper, wearing their best clothes. The ladies can show off their latest gowns.
We'll have lots of parties. I might even invite somebody else, I don't know. Of course, most of the time it'll be just you and I. See, I don't want to share you with anybody else.
Little Joe, someday I want a large white house with 6 tall pillars reaching clear up to a balcony. A house like the one my father tells me he used to have back in Virginia.
All right, I'll build you a house like that. I've got the perfect spot for it, too, right on the Ponderosa. It's a real high bluff with a view as far as a man's eye can see. I'll build a little road up to it.
Oh, it sounds so wonderful. I just hope nothing ever happens to change that.
Hey, you know what could happen to change that? I love you more than anything in the world.
Thank you very much, Judge Terry.
Lovely color, isn't it?
Well, sir, have we demonstrated to you that we can provide one or two little items that won't insult the European palate?
The dinner was superb. The simple miner of my native Wales manages somehow to subsist in a slightly less ornate manner, I must confess. But then your mines yield silver. Ours merely coal.
And that silver, sir, is most important. If we block statehood, and I think we can, there'll be no silver for Mr. Lincoln's war chest.
I gather you're referring to your Civil War.
Yours as well as ours.
Well, I wonder how in the world you arrive at that conclusion.
You know how I arrive at it. You people are praying for a Southern victory. Your cotton industry has got to have a Southern victory in order to survive. That's common knowledge.
Well, I must confess it wasn't common knowledge to me. But then I know absolutely nothing about politics.
I'm prepared to accept your incognito, sir.
My incognito?
Your disguise.
Oh, I know what the word means. But what, may I ask, am I supposed to be disguising?
Mr. Craigsmuir, don't make me spell out every sentence like a page from McGuffey's reader. We were promised an agent to work with us. For the last 6 months, we've been expecting that agent to make his appearance.
An agent here in Virginia City? You think I'm he?
Well, aren't you?
Good heavens, no. I'm an actor, sir. A strolling bear, a mummer.
Don't toy with me, sir. We're bleeding to death, fighting for our lives. The silver under our feet can stop that bleeding, but we need help.
If I were this man you're talking about, how do you suppose the people this so-called agent represents can help you?
Invest in our future. Invest in the only thing that can stop this war with victory to our cause. The South is impoverished, crippled, desperate. But we will win, sir. We must win. But we need money for men. We need money for arms and ammunition. With money, we can block statehood. With the help that you people give us, we could keep this great silver treasure of the Comstock lode from falling into the hands of the enemy.
Miss Terry, Mr. Cartwright.
How are you, sir?
This rumor, Joseph, is it true your father won't join Stuart's delegation?
Yes, that's right, sir. He's against statehood at this time.
Well, so you heard, didn't you? No two-thirds majority, no statehood.
I'm only an actor, Judge Terry, nothing more. That reminds me, I must get back to the hall. Thank you for an excellent dinner. I'm sorry I have to run like this. Miss Terry, Mr. Cartwright.
What's Mr. Craigsmuir's interest in our problems, Father?
All in good time, my dear.
Peter?
Yes, sir?
There's the door. I've been waiting for you.
You're going to be late for your performance.
There are more important things than a performance. I have a task for you, a very important one.
Yes?
You're going to San Francisco.
San Francisco, Mr. Craigsmuir?
That's right.
And when?
Now. Immediately. At once.
But the curtain goes up in 10 minutes.
Blast the curtain, boy. I told you this was important. You know where to take us?
The same place. Are you sure you won't need me?
Oh, I was able to dress myself before we met. I think I still remember how. I'm depending on you, Peter.
I'll remember, sir.
Good luck to you. And don't forget, it's vitally important.
I understand. Oh, and you remember, curtain in 10 minutes.
Morning, boys.
Morning, Paul. Morning.
You all set?
Yeah, we're on the way, Paul.
Well, I figure it shouldn't take you any more than a couple of weeks to get the tree blazing done. You better move out.
We'll see you later, Paul.
Yeah, have a good trip. Right. Keep an eye out for the Paiutes.
Oh, we will.
Morning, Joe.
Morning, Pa. Adam leave?
Yes, just now. About time you got started, isn't it?
As soon as I finish eating.
Well, I hope you'll both feel differently by the
time you get back.
I'm gonna feel just the same. If he doesn't change, that's his problem.
Don't fly off at me, boy.
Then you tell Adam to keep his mouth shut about the girl I love.
Don't raise your voice to me. I have no chip on my shoulder to be knocked off.
I'm sorry.
Joseph, I've been in love, too, in my lifetime. Now, you think that she is the most beautiful, most wonderful creature that ever lived, don't you?
I know she is.
Well, you're wrong. Your mother was. You know, taking a wife is more than just taking a woman. There's her family that you have to consider, too.
Oh, come on, Pa. I'm not marrying her family.
But you still can't forget the family. And you can't ignore the fact that there's a hate festering this country which is like an open wound. We're a divided country. Homes, families, fathers and sons not daring to speak their own minds to one another.
I don't understand. Yesterday you said we should stay out of this.
Yes, I did.
All right, then why is it my problem now?
Before this is over, this war, it'll be everybody's problem. Because sooner or later, we're going to have to make a decision. And whatever that decision, we're all going to suffer and bleed and maybe die.
Each one of us is going to have to make his own decision, Pa. I better get started.
Next time we'll hang you next to Abe Lincoln.
You dirty grave belly.
William Stewart, what are you trying to do in this town? Starting riots in the street, fist brawls.
I was only hanging up a banner. In case you've forgotten, Judge Terry, free speech is still allowed in this territory.
I've not forgotten that, or many other things.
Well, remember that, before you order your thugs to start jumping on people.
Southerners are no brawlers, sir. My son was no brawler. He was a soldier. He fought with General Jackson.
He died for the wrong cause, Judge. I'm sorry for him.
The wrong cause. You are the man who's leading the people to the wrong flag. Your statehood, it will fail. It's already a foregone conclusion you'll not get your needed votes. The Nevada Territory will go to the Confederacy, sir.
Judge Terry, I'm afraid I have to disagree with you. I honor your views, sir. I know you believe in them sincerely. I know how bravely your son fought. I've been hoping that the Comstock somehow would be able to keep out of it. But it looks like we can't keep out of it, doesn't it? If it comes to making up our minds about going one way or the other, Union or Confederate, I think we'd better go Union. Too many men have died putting this union together for me to stand by and see it destroyed. I guess you can count on the Ponderosa bill. I'll go to Carson and vote for statehood.
God bless you, Ben. I've got my 2/3.
Morning, Daddy.
Oh, good morning.
Well, you haven't eaten any breakfast at all.
I've just had this telegram.
Oh?
How to do it. How to use it so that its value won't be dissipated. Marva?
Yes, Daddy.
Joseph Cartwright.
Little Joe? What about him?
Where is he?
He's gone with the men to check the herd.
He'll be back when?
He ought to be back this afternoon.
This afternoon. And his brothers?
Well, they won't be back for another week. They're blazing trees up north. Daddy, why are you asking all this?
I want you to come with me.
Come with you where?
To Ponderosa. You finish your breakfast and get a bonnet. While I have Gamaliel hitch up the trap.
Daddy, what's in that telegraph?
Ammunition for the battle.
The only ammunition, it seems, I'm to be issued in this war.
I won't let you use little Joe in your war with Mr. Stewart.
My war is not with Stewart. It's with those men who are trying to steal the territory of Nevada for the northern side.
Whatever you call it, Daddy, I don't care. I won't let you use little Joe. And don't ask me to help you use him.
Do you think I want to? Do you think I want to use my own daughter? We must win. Doesn't your brother's dying have any meaning for you?
Daddy, please.
Then don't make me believe that he died for nothing. This is your war, too, isn't it, Morvath?
You know it is, Daddy.
Then if you won't do it for me, won't you do it for your brother? And Joseph, too. Believe me, he'll be much better off if he declares himself with us instead of men like Stewart.
I don't know. I've got to think about it.
No, my dear, you haven't time. Do you realize how many boys like your brother have died while we've been sitting talking here?
I'll get my bonnet.
Well, the lost is found.
How you doing, Pop?
Good, good. Oh. How'd it go, son?
Just a lot of cattle.
Well, how'd you find them?
Well, they're not too scattered. They're getting fat.
Good.
Fences are all in good shape.
Good. How are the men?
Men are fine, real good. You hear anything from Adam?
No, not yet. He and Hoss are up in the north section. They got plenty of work to do up there.
Well, that's good.
Hmm?
Maybe he won't be so cantankerous when he gets back.
Well, Judge, how nice to see you.
Cartwright.
Nice to see you again, Morvath. You're looking prettier than ever.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
It's good to see you, Cartwright.
Well, thank you.
Good we have a little talk. It's most important.
Well, certainly. Well, why don't we go into the house? I'll clean up a bit. We can talk.
Morvath and I'll be in just a few minutes.
Fine.
What's so important?
Joe. I missed you, darling.
I miss you too, sweetheart. Hey, what brought you out here anyway?
Your father's going to the convention.
I thought he wanted to stay out of it.
He's not going to stay out of it. Joey's going to vote for statehood.
Statehood, huh? Maybe we better get in there.
Before we go in, my father, I want you to know he's doing what he has to do. And what he thinks is best.
Well, you've got all this land here, clear down to the lake.
Now, Judge, you don't have to tell me where the Ponderosa boundaries lie. What are you getting at?
Well, just this. You've got all this land and only one delegate going down to Carson City to represent it. Now,
Well?
the apportionment committee says that that's not fair.
Well, I think I can speak for the Ponderosa.
Not you alone. Not anymore. Now, here's a telegraph received this morning, replying to the committee's request. Ponderosa is now authorized to send 2 delegates to the convention.
Now, what does Bill Stewart think of this?
What Stewart thinks about it has nothing to do with it.
Well, I don't quite understand what... There are only Cartwrights on the Ponderosa.
We know that. So pick one to be your delegate. There are 4 of you here.
Well, 2 of the boys won't even be back until after the convention, and... You knew that, too, didn't you, Judge?
Well, that's not important now. You read the telegraph?
Yeah. Yes, I read the telegraph. And this whole thing is beginning to smell like a...
Smell like nothing, Cartwright. We're only asking another representative of the Ponderosa to come down to Carson City as a delegate. The way he votes is his own business.
Don't take me for a fool, Terry. You don't believe that, neither do I.
You have your beliefs, Cartwright. I have mine. And may I remind you that several days ago you told me you honored my views.
May I remind you that several days ago you didn't try to come between me and my sons.
What grounds have you for such an accusation?
Judge, I'm just wondering something. I'm wondering what your son, who died at the Battle of Keensburg, would think of you now.
Don't try to shame me with the memory of my son, Cartwright. He died fighting for the same cause for which I would gladly lay down my own life.
I'm not questioning your beliefs, sir. Only the methods you use in accomplishing them.
Hi. Well, this should interest you, Joseph. Good day, Mr. Cartwright. Come along, Morvath. Quite a drive back to Virginia City.
Morvath, I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Cartwright. Little Joe.
Request for another delegate from the Ponderosa.
That's right. With Adam and Hoss away, that makes you the logical candidate, doesn't it?
No, I don't want to be a delegate.
I'm afraid you have no choice, son.
Yes, I do. This is not my problem.
No. But it has been presented to us. And to you.
You know, this is more of a problem for me than it is for anybody else.
I know. I know. And when it comes time for you to vote, you're going to have to vote not because of the way you feel about a girl or about me, but because of the way you feel about the issue. It's a problem. But it's also a responsibility.
We might as well make a night of it here.
I've seen better places than this to spend the night.
What could you be doing that could be more wonderful than this?
I'll tell you what I could be doing. I could be sitting in Virginia City with a great big ice-cold beer in front of me. That's what. Or one of them roasted pigs with an apple stuck in his mouth.
Well, I owe you the apple. Now, if you get some wood, we can get the beans heated up.
That's what I mean. Beans. Adam! Adam, come here, quick! Adam!
Paiutes?
Ain't no doubt about it. Must have been a hunting party. Ever see him before?
I think so. But if I'm right, I don't know what he's doing here.
Why? Where'd you see him?
Back in town, the actor, Craigsmuir. There's no address on this.
What is it?
And I thought he was just an actor.
Who?
Craigsmuir.
Oh, ain't he?
Take a look at that.
What do you make of this, Adam?
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy? All that talk about cotton?
Yep.
Who'd want cotton bad enough to do something like this?
British textiles. They've already got their privateers trying to run a Union blockade off Charleston. And it's no secret they want the South to win. They need that cotton to keep their mills operating.
Yeah. According to that letter, there's somebody right here that's willing to guarantee them that the South will win.
That's right. Money. Guns and ammunition.
And men.
Never thought Judge Terry would go this far.
Oh, now, come on, Adam. How do you know for sure it's Judge Terry?
I don't. But I know someone who does.
Hello, Joseph. I'm glad to see you. Wondering when you'd get here. Mr. Cartwright? Sir? Is Morvat here? Oh, yes. She's been expecting you. She's resting in her room.
Ben, there you are.
Well.
Welcome to Carson City. We're going to make history here Wednesday. Hey, we're going to have a little get-together in my room. You know, all the pledged delegates. You got here just in time to be in on it. Come on along and bring the youngster with you.
Oh, he's not pledged yet, Stuart. How are you, Joseph?
Oh, sir, that's right. My vote isn't committed yet.
To anybody?
No, not to anybody.
That's honest enough, boy. Make up your own mind.
Little Joe, good to see you. We were wondering when you'd get here.
We were just going upstairs to see you.
I'm sure you two have much to talk about.
Blazes, Ben. The boy isn't going to vote against us, is he?
We found your man a couple of days ago. The Paiutes got him.
Did?
He's very young.
Unfortunately, a lot of young men are dying these days.
These are difficult times.
Yeah. And fellers like you are trying to make them worse.
I don't think I quite understand you, sir.
And let me try. Who was this letter to, and what's more important, who was it about? And just who are you?
I could say I'm just a strolling player, an actor, man of the boards. That wouldn't satisfy you.
Nope, sure wouldn't.
Then let me just say the people I represent need the South's cotton to keep their mills rolling.
Enough to foster war?
Oh, that's a very moral approach. But then you don't need that cotton.
Who are you trying to make the deal with?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you what I can do. I can break you apart.
Well, he could, you know.
All right, it's not of great importance now. My value here is gone. Your man is Judge Terry.
Looks like you were right all along, Adam. We just had to be sure.
Now we are.
Statehood delegates would be glad to hear this. Gentlemen, I'm afraid you're too late. Statehood will be defeated, and Nevada voted into the Confederacy.
Well, after they hear what we've got to say, I wouldn't be so sure.
It won't matter now, thanks to your brother.
What do you mean by that?
Why don't you go to the convention and find out?
It's not going yet. Somebody's after my vote every time I stick my nose out of the room.
Well, they're just trying to be helpful.
I must think I need an awful lot of help.
Joe, you're on the delegate list as uncommitted.
That's right, I am.
Have you decided which way you're going to vote?
I'd like to say I haven't. Have it over and done with, but I haven't. Just can't decide yet. It's a pretty hard decision for me to make.
I'm sure of that, darling. I can just imagine what you've been going through. I'm also sure you know how I feel and how much this means to me. It's already cost me a brother. I'm committed, little Joe. I've taken a side. I just hope we're both on the same one.
You know I've considered that. I'll do the best I can. Please remember it. It's like my pa says, I must vote the way I think is right.
He's right, of course.
Thanks for understanding.
Well, it's time.
I guess it is time, isn't it?
Remember, whatever happens in there, I love you.
I know that. I'm just hoping this is all over. You'll say it again.
How's the time, Ben? Do you know yet how your boy's going to vote? The chips are down. They're going to call our hand.
Bill, the decision is not mine or yours.
Where does he stand?
I don't know, Father. I'm sorry.
He must stand with the South.
Pass is required into the hall, sir.
I have something to say to these gentlemen.
Sorry, I can't allow.
Gentlemen, convention will come to order. Gentlemen.
I have something to say to this convention.
I'm sorry, sir, but nobody can speak here without proper credentials as a delegate. Now, with your approval, gentlemen, the clerk will now call the roll.
Gentlemen, it's important. I think you should hear it before you vote.
That's right. Mr. Chairman, this man is not a delegate. I demand that he be removed from the hall. Gentlemen, please. The convention is in order.
It'll only take a moment. Or is this convention afraid to hear the truth?
Hold the delegates! We can't wait all day. If there's any further interference, I'll have the sergeant-at-arms handle the situation.
Mr. Chairman, my son asked a question which deserves an answer. Is this convention afraid to hear something which may be of vital importance to it?
He has a right to be heard.
Not here, he hasn't.
He says it's important.
It's a Yankee trick.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I'm a delegate. I have credentials. My brother says it's important. I believe him. I think we should hear him out. If it's vitally important.
My brother and I found this letter on a dead man's body on the Ponderosa. It was written by one Walter Craigsmuir, an actor whom some of you may remember has been appearing in Virginia City for the past several weeks.
What are we waiting for? I say begin the votes.
It reads, I've been assured that given our support in terms of money rushed from San Francisco to Carson City for men, guns, and ammunition, the Nevada Statehood Convention can be stampeded and the territory enjoined to the Confederacy, as this would ensure Union defeat through depriving Mr. Lincoln of the wealth of the Comstock and thereby ensure a continued flow of cotton to British mills. I would recommend we do business on the terms suggested. Signed, Craigsmuir.
Who assured him? This convention has the right to know the answer to that question.
Gentlemen, that man is Judge David Terry.
That's true. I do not deny it.
But what I did because I had to do. And I'm proud of it. I believe in my cause, and I'll fight to win it with any means I know and by every strength that I possess. Is there any man here whose faith in his cause is so small that he will not seek victory in a similar manner?
No, we will never subscribe to that, because we have faith in what we believe. We honor it. We will not destroy it by justifying any and all means to gain our ends.
Here, here.
Judge, you took too much on yourself. You went too far.
Let's vote. Gentlemen, the clerk will now poll the delegates.
Come on, Ben.
I'm sorry, Morvan.
I'm sorry, too. For all of us. But especially for him.
What do you think he'll do now?
Well, with Nevada joining the Union, he'd like to go back to Virginia.
And what about you?
I must go with him. You understand, don't you?
I understand there's a war between us.
War's in sometime.
you boys to come to the wedding.
Wedding? Who's wedding?
Whose do you think? I'll see you at the wedding. Hey, Sheriff, I want to talk to you.
Hey, that was a bad one.
Might have busted a leg, Paul.
Hoss, get Doc Miller. Walter, you just rest easy now. Doc will be here in a minute. You were pretty lucky. You could have been killed.
Lucky? I was supposed to ride out today and pick up my bride.
Walter, you sure been keeping this wedding a secret. When did all this happen?
Yeah, and all the excitement. I forgot to congratulate you, Walter. Where'd you meet her?
What's she look like? I bet she's a pretty thing, ain't she?
Well, I've never seen her.
You never seen her?
No. She's a mail order bride. I answered an advertisement in some magazine. I'm supposed to pick her up.
It's 4 days up and 4 days back to Willow Creek. You'd never make it.
I gotta make it. I gave that girl my word. I can't go back on a promise. And not only that, I just got through inviting half the people in town to the wedding.
I ain't never seen a man as anxious to get his head in the noose as you, Paul. I reckon I'll just have to do something about it.
What are you getting at, horse?
Paul, could you spare me from the Ponderosa long enough to take a little ride up to Willow Creek and back?
Well, I guess if there's going to be a wedding, there's got to be a bride.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I couldn't ask a man to do anything like that.
Mr. Prescott, that's what friends are for. You just tell me how I can locate her. Be happy to do it.
Well, thank you, horse. Listen, her name's Lottie Hawkins. Send me a map on how to find her place. Now, I imagine she's going to be pretty scared not knowing me and all, so just tell her I'm a good man and I'll make her a fine husband, and tell her I can't wait until she gets here for the wedding.
Don't you worry about that.
One horse. Bring her back to me, safe and sound.
Could you tell me where the Hawkins Ranch is?
You found it. This is it.
You must be Miss Lottie Hawkins.
Why, yes. How did you... You must be Mr. Prescott. Well, of course you are. Well, come on in.
Ma'am, you gonna take her in with us?
Oh, no. Come on.
We'll come in anyhow.
Oh, Sam. Come on, Sam.
Sam?
Oh, Sam's a girl. Well, I didn't get much of a chance to freshen up. I didn't expect you so soon. But won't you sit down?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm afraid
Please.
I've got a little bad news I need to tell you.
Oh. I was afraid of that. I know what you're trying to say. You don't like the way I look.
No, ma'am, I like the way you look real fine.
You do?
Well, sure.
I certainly am glad to hear that, because I was wondering what you look like, too, and I must say, I'm real pleased.
That's what I got to talk to you about, ma'am. You see, I ain't Walter Prescott.
Oh, you're not?
No, ma'am. I'm Hoss Cartwright. Walter had a little accident. Nothing serious, mind you, but he hurt his leg, and the doctor thought he ought to get some rest, so I told him I'd ride up here and fetch you. It's sort of getting late, though. I just wonder if your folks would mind if I put up here for the night.
Oh, I don't have any folks. My mom and pa are dead.
They are?
Yes.
You live way out here all alone?
Yes. Oh, except for Sam and Annie. They're my two goats. You must be awfully hungry. I'll get some wood and make some fire.
Here, no, I'll do that.
Why?
Well, ma'am, that's a man's job, not a lady's.
It is?
Sure.
I never did realize that there were so many lonely people in the world. Did you, Mr. Cartwright?
No, I don't reckon I ever thought about it much, ma'am. I got so much family that I never do want for company much. As a matter of fact, most of the time I'm wishing they'd leave me alone.
I'd say you were very fortunate. I've always thought that it was kind of... It's raining.
Yeah?
I gotta get Sam and Annie and bring them in here.
You gonna bring them in here, ma'am?
Well, yes, if I don't, they'll catch their death.
Well, look, you go ahead and finish your coffee. I'll bring Sammy and Annie in.
Thank you, Hoss. Are you comfortable, Hoss?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Fine.
Hoss, I'm so ashamed. Putting my advertisement in that magazine. But I was so lonely. And I was going through life getting lonelier and lonelier.
Oh, ma'am, ain't nothing to be ashamed about. I can't figure anything being any worse than going through life all lonesome and nobody caring anything about you.
Mr. Prescott's letter was the only answer I received. I almost fainted when he asked me to marry him. What's he like?
He's a fine gentleman. Fine gentleman. If you ask me, both of you got a pretty good bargain.
I sure hope so. Hoss, have you ever heard of the Knights of the Round Table?
The what?
King Arthur and all those knights and their ladies. Oh, they lived in England about, 1,000 years ago. And that's what they call themselves, the Knights of the Round Table. Well, the knights were so brave and so noble and so chivalrous. I used to love to have my ma read to me about them from her books. My ma was a school teacher. Did you know that?
Miss Lottie, whatever happened to your ma?
Well, they say she died of the fever, but that's not true. She died of overwork. She did all the plowing and everything. Pa used to say that it was a woman's job to keep busy while a man went out looking for something to eat. It was usually liquor he went looking for.
Ma'am, from now on out, things are going to be a lot easier and a lot nicer for you.
I used to have all these silly dreams of being swept off my feet by some beautiful young romantic man that come riding out of the West. But now I'm going to marry a man that I only got some letters from. A man that I've never even seen or met.
Dadgummit.
We have a poem about this. Would you like to hear it? My house is constructed of natural soil. The walls are erected according to Hoyle. The roof has no pitch, but it's level and plain. And I never get wet until it happens to rain. Good night, Hoss.
Good night, Miss Lottie.
Oh, young Lochinvar, he came out of the West. Through all the wide border, his steed was the best. And save his good broadsword, he weapon had none. He rode all unarmed and he rode alone. But ere he Good night, Hoss.
Good night, ma'am. I'll make you a pallet out of some nice soft pine needles and leave. And I think I'll spend the rest of the night over there by that campfire in case those two skunks decide to come back.
Ben, boys, what are you doing here so early? Charlie, take the horses. You know, the wedding ain't until tonight.
Oh, we just thought we'd come along and see if we can give an old bachelor like you a hand, Walter. But I see a couple of other people had the same idea.
Yeah, and I sure appreciate it.
Besides, we wanted to see what the bride looks like.
So do I, Adam. So do I.
Well, we came to do some work. Let's go.
It's a very good idea. I think I'll check the punch, make sure it's all right.
Help yourself. You know something, Ben? What? I'm as nervous as a calf in a bullpen. Well, here I am. I'm not getting any younger. But I feel like a youngster about to take a girl out for the first time.
Walter, you know something? I'll bet you that bride-to-be of yours is more nervous than you are right now.
Here. Put that around your neck and it'll keep you cool.
Hoss, you are so downright chivalrous. You're gonna spoil me for good. Here, this is finished.
Oh, good.
Good as new.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I guess you're gonna want to be going.
Yeah. Miss Lottie. Ain't you gonna dress?
Well, I am dressed.
Well, I mean, knowing the new stuff that we bought back down the way.
Oh, I'm gonna save those for the wedding.
Miss Lottie.
What?
Ma'am, don't you want to look nice and fresh and pretty for meeting Mr. Prescott the first time?
Hoss? Hoss?
Wow.
What do you think, Hoss? Do you think the folks at Mr. Prescott's will be pleased?
They sure will, Miss Lottie. They sure will.
Are you pleased with me, Hoss?
Ma'am, I think you're just plain, plumb, downright beautiful. And I think Mr. Prescott's a mighty lucky man. Come on.
Hey, folks, why don't you rest yourself a spell? Some fresh sandwiches here and cold beer.
Walter, why don't you rest yourself a spell now? Come on, sit down now. You're the bride-to-be. How about a beer for a bridegroom-to-be? Hey, here they come.
Ben, I'm nervous as a leaf in a windstorm.
Hi, Hoss. What you got here? Hi. Hi, Joe. Fine, Adam. Mr. Prescott, here's your bride.
Oh, Walter, aren't you? You want to say howdy?
Yeah.
All safe and sound, just like I promised. Lottie, this here's Mr. Prescott.
Welcome to your new home, Lottie.
Thank you.
Mr. Prescott, if I'd known your new bride was this beautiful, I would have gotten her myself.
I believe I would have, too.
Oh, Lottie, this is Mr. Cartwright, Hoss's father. And his other two sons, little Joe.
And?
And Adam. Lottie. And all these people are our wedding guests. Now, I know you must be tired, so I'll have Francesca show you her room. Francesca? Francesca!
Si, senor.
Oh, show my bride to her room and see that she gets anything she needs. The wedding's going to be tonight, so it'll give you a chance to rest up for a spell.
Come on with me, señorita. Please, come. Señorita.
Congratulations, Mr. Prescott. You're a lucky man.
Thank you, little Joe. Ben, what do you think of her?
Well, the important thing, Walter, is what do you think of her?
I think she's wonderful.
Yeah?
Hoss, I got to thank you. I'm going to be indebted to you for the rest of my life.
Forget it, Mr. Prescott. Like I told you, that's the least a friend can do.
Well, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I'm going to go in and do a little talking in the future, Mr. Prescott, and may get to know her right beforehand.
She's certainly pretty, but a little younger than I thought she'd be.
We need something to eat.
What'd you two talk about on the trail?
Something uplifting, I hope.
Lots of things.
Yeah, lots of things. Like what?
Like King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Lots of things.
King Arthur?
Oh, come on, you're joshing me. King Arthur. Hey, Adam, we've been making a big mistake. We ought to call him Sir Hoss.
Sir Hoss, thou good and noble knight, I didst not know thou possessed charms to melt the heart of yon fair damsel who did dwell in the wilderness.
Sir Hoss, oh knightest of the chuck wagonist.
Hey, here comes Walter. I propose a toast to the new and happy groom. Yeah. Mr. Prescott, here's to your wedding.
I ought to kill you, Hoss. I ought to kill you right where you stand.
Mr. Prescott, what'd I do?
You know darn well what you did. Now get off my property.
Walter, wait a minute. What happened?
Maybe you ought to ask your son what happened. He knows. He knows what went on between them on the trail.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My good friend, I trusted you like I would my own son. You played me for a fool.
That ain't true, Mr. Prescott.
Why won't you marry me then?
I don't know, but you gotta believe me.
Get out of here.
The lot of you. Get out of here. Mr. Prescott. Let me go up and talk to her. Just let me go up and
You
talk
stay
to her.
away from her, Hoss. So help me God, if I ever catch you going near her again, I'll shoot you on sight.
Boy, I don't know what he's talking about. I swear I don't. Oh, no. Come on.
Hoss! Take me with you. Don't leave me here.
Hoss, let's get home. There's nothing but trouble here.
Eat up. Look at it this way. This little gal's lived on that farm all alone for all these years. I go up there and I get her. Bring her down here and drop her down right smack dab in the middle of a bunch of strangers to get married to a man she ain't never seen before in her life. Scare anybody, much less a little gal like her.
Well, it makes sense. Doesn't change the fact that Prescott wants to kill you.
Aye, he's jumping to conclusions. Ain't nothing wrong with that little gal except she's scared, that's all.
Maybe she's in love with you.
In love with me? It's the biggest bunch of nonsense I ever heard.
No, I don't think it's nonsense. Why would she ask you to take her with you?
You know, Adam could be right. She might be in love with you.
Bartender, bring us a couple of beers.
Hold up.
Good morning, Mr. Prescott.
Come on, Henry. Sure you won't change your mind, Lottie?
No. I'm sorry.
Henry, take her bag, see that she gets a nice room, and send the bill to me.
I'll pay you back as soon as I get myself a job, Mr. Prescott.
Yeah.
Come on, Dick. Ron?
Alan? I've known Horse Cartwright for more years than you can count. I always figured him as a man that could be trusted. I never thought he'd do a thing like this to me.
Walter, it's just hard for me to believe that Hoss would two-time a man that way.
What are you calling me, Thompson, a liar? I say Horse Cartwright deliberately cut me with that girl. I say he's a skunk who can't be trusted.
All right, Walter, have it your way, but I know the Cartwrights, and they ain't built that way.
Hi, Charlie.
Hoss Cartwright just rode up to the hotel.
Walter? Walter? No.
Hoss,
Hi, Miss Lottie.
I knew you'd come to see me just as soon as you could. I just knew it.
Yes, Miss Lottie. There's something kind of serious I got to talk to you about.
What is it, Hoss?
Well, ma'am, some of the folks around town are saying stuff that, well, like the reason you didn't marry Mr. Prescott was because you was in love or something with me.
Then you know it, don't you, Hoss? You know it. All that time on the trail, you knew how I felt about you, and I was waiting for you to tell me how much you loved me. But, of course, you couldn't, because you had to know for sure how much I loved you. Oh, I dearly love you, Hoss. I'm just so happy I could cry.
Miss Lottie, ma'am, ain't there someplace we can go where it's kind of private, where I can talk to you?
Oh, well, of course, Hoss. Of course.
Give me the gun. Give me the gun.
Help him over to a chair. Here. You need that more than you need that gun. Well, Walter, I guess I was wrong about Hoss Cartwright.
Nice of you to admit it. So help me, I would have shot him.
Prescott, my advice to you is to forget it.
Forget it. That's one thing I won't ever do.
That's all you can do.
Man steals a horse. You put a bounty on his head. Why shouldn't it be the same for a man who steals your wife?
Well, Walter, you don't mean that. Putting a bounty on Hoss Cartwright?
Why shouldn't I? Horse Cartwright stole my wife, didn't he? We've all paid up to $1,000 for a horse thief. I'd say a wife stealer is just about 3 times as bad.
I'd suggest you go on home and forget it, Walter. Wild talk like that's no good. Some darn fool might take you up on it.
Maybe if he did, he might not be such a darn fool as you think.
Let's go find us some horses and guns.
Ma'am, what I was trying to tell you back downstairs there was...
Yes?
Well, ma'am, Well, about me being in love with you.
Oh, Hoss, you don't have to say it. I believe you. And it's just about the nicest thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life. Being loved by a man like you.
Doggone it, Miss Lottie, you don't hardly even know me. I mean, well, not really you don't. I'm mean, vicious. I'd be so dead burn ornery, I'd make any woman miserable.
You would?
Yeah. I got a real bad streak in me.
You have?
Yeah, compared to me, why, Mr. Prescott's a real fine gentleman. Leastwise he was till he thought I crossed him up. You'd be doing yourself a big favor by forgetting me and marrying him.
Hoss, I know what you're trying to do.
You do?
Yes, and I admire you for it.
Well, I just wanted to be fair to you and Mr. Prescott, that's all.
You are, without a doubt, the most honorable man I ever met. Willing to sacrifice our love so as not to be accused of betraying a friend's trust.
Huh?
You know, I think that's why I fell in love with you. You know, you're just like one of the knights of the round table that I used to dream about. I mean, you're kind and courteous and gentle and brave. I used to think that to meet a man like you was just a silly dream of a lonely, young, romantic girl. But now it's come true.
Miss Lottie, you gotta forget about me. You gotta quit thinking things like that.
Well, you're just trying to sacrifice yourself and our happiness because of Mr. Prescott. Well, I won't let you do it.
Lottie, I ain't trying to sacrifice nothing. What I'm trying to do is...
Well, Hoss, I understand your feelings and I respect them. But a very wise poet once said that I could not love thee dear so much, loved I not honor more.
Miss Lottie...
No, I won't permit it. Now, I know it'll take some time for Mr. Prescott to get over his anger, but he will. We must be patient and wait. And meanwhile, we can still see each other. Secretly, if we have to. Hoss, if I ever needed any proof of your love, you just gave it to me.
Austin, was that shot aimed at you?
I dang if I know, Roy.
Now, why in the world anybody want to kill you?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask Prescott?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Walter Prescott took a shot at Hoss here?
Well, not exactly. But just a little while ago, over in the saloon, he said it'd be worth $3,000 to him to see that Hoss was taken care of.
You mean Walter Prescott offered a bounty? Hired a man to kill me? I don't believe it.
Sounded like it to me.
He couldn't have been serious.
Well, maybe he wasn't. It looks like someone's taking him for serious.
What happened?
Somebody just took a shot at Mr. Cartwright.
Hoss, he said that someone took a shot at
Miss
you. Are
Lottie,
you
Miss
all
Lottie,
right?
everything's all right.
What?
Go on back up. Everything will be all right, I promise. I'll see you, Roy.
Hoss, Dick, I'll see you later, huh? Thanks. I want you to do something for me. I want you to get out of this town and get out fast. Go home. Because that bushwhacker is just itching to get another chance at you.
Roy, if there's a man looking...
Now, do as I ask, will you? Look, here's your horse. Now, make my job easier for me, will you? Not tougher.
All right. But I still can't believe that Walter put a bounty on me. I just can't believe that.
Good luck.
Sheriff, is there anything I can do?
No, there's nothing that you can do.
Sheriff, this is all my fault, isn't it? Someone took a shot at Hoss because of me.
I didn't say that. But since you're asking, Walter Prescott and the Cartwrights were pretty good friends before you come to town. Now you got two families at each other's throats. And Horse Cartwright's got a pretty good chance of getting murdered.
Have you talked to her? Why didn't you tell her what you were supposed to?
Doggone it, Paul. I just couldn't. I couldn't hurt that little gal, Paul. Poor little old thing's got a head chock full of dreams. She's got me pegged for one of them nights of the round table. I don't want any cracks.
Hey, did I say anything? Adam, did I say anything at all?
Boss, I can understand you not wanting to hurt the little girl's feelings, but sooner or later you're going to have to tell her the truth. There's no telling what Walter'll do.
He's already done it.
What's he done?
Nothing. I can't talk to that little gal, but Dad Barnett, I can talk to Walter Prescott. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna straighten this out with him once and for all.
What are you doing here?
I want to talk to you.
We don't have anything to talk about.
I came to ask if your offer of marriage still holds good.
Why? Why do you want to know?
I'm ready to marry you. If you still want me.
What did you say?
I've been thinking things over. And I'm ready to go through with our bargain.
I see. Sit down. So I'll be able to sit down, too. It gets mighty wearing leaning on this too long. What made you change your mind, Lottie?
I found out I was wrong about Hoss.
What happened between you and him on the trail?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Not nothing. You expect me to believe that? How'd he act toward you?
He was very polite and very gentlemanly, but that's all that it was.
Are you trying to tell me you're not in love with him anymore? What happened, Lottie? Did he ask to marry you?
Well, of course he did, but I was the one who changed my mind. What difference does it make, Mr. Prescott? I'm here. Isn't that enough?
It sure is. You did the right thing, Lottie. You know I'm going to make you the happiest girl in the world. And I'll give you anything you want. All you have to do is ask me.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott.
Lottie, will you be happy with me?
Of course I will. Why else would I be talking like this?
You're not a very good liar, are you?
Liar?
Yes. You knew about the bounty I put on his head.
There was some careless talk about
You're
it.
still in love with him, aren't you?
Why, Mr. Prescott, I told you. I came here to marry you.
A woman doesn't come to ask a man to marry him with tears in his eyes. Not if she's happy about it.
house.
But you gotta help him!
Go on down in the barn and get up in the loft.
I thought you wanted me killed.
I did. Until Lottie came here a little while ago and offered to marry me.
You did?
You know why? Save your life. You're a lucky young man. I guess it's true, isn't it? There's no fool like an old fool. Take good care of us, son.
Oh, he will, Mr. Prescott. I know he will. Oh, everything's gonna be all right now. Isn't it wonderful, Hoss?
Yeah, I reckon it is.
There for a while, I thought the whole world was against us, but now all of a sudden everything's working out, just like in the storybooks. Oh, Hoss, I'm so happy. We can be married now.
Miss Lottie, come over here and sit down.
Yes, Hoss.
Ma'am. Since the first time I met you, I've thought that you were a wonderful person.
Well, yes, Hoss, I know that. I guess that's why it was so easy for me to fall in love with you.
Ma'am, when two people like you and me like each other a great deal, they don't want to hurt each other, do they? I mean, they don't want to rush into anything. What I mean is...
Two people who like each other? We love each other. We do love each other, don't we, Hoss?
Ma'am, like I said, of all the girls I've met, you're the nicest, sweetest. But, ma'am, I don't know how I feel. Maybe if I had a little more time, maybe I could learn
No.
to...
Please don't say any more, Hoss. I thought I was so smart. I thought all those sweet and wonderful things you said and did while we were on the trail, I thought you meant those for yourself. But you meant it for Mr. Prescott, didn't you?
I didn't want to hurt you, Lottie.
I know. You're too kind and gentle to hurt anybody.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know. I think I'll go someplace and try to find myself a job someplace.
You reckon you'll be all right?
Yes, I'll be all right. Because, you see, I'm not going to believe in those silly dreams anymore. About knights in shining armor. I know they don't really exist. Except for maybe one. My horse.
There's no point in chasing them up in the hills. We'll never catch them here. Hank, run up the horses.
Yes, sir. Okay, boys. You heard Mr. Cartwright.
What do you think, Roy? We'll call it a day?
Yeah, by the time them boys get the horses rounded up, there's a mighty nice place to camp over there.
Yeah.
And Ben, you're voting to turn back in the morning, huh?
Yeah, I think so, Roy.
How about you, Hank?
Whatever Mr. Cartwright says is all right with me.
Any objections, boys?
Well, we got back the horses they stole, Roy. Like I said before, there's not much point in chasing them up into the hills.
Fair enough. We'll head back the first thing in the morning. Hank, you mind taking the first watch?
Might as well.
Well, boys, I'm turning in.
wait, little Joe. I'll make a good Indian out of him.
You know better than that.
Doesn't look like there's any more of them around. Let's get them over by the fire.
Well, he's a white man.
You speak English, son? What's your name?
Chonquita.
That's your Indian name. Do you have another name, a white man's name?
Billy Horn? Billy Horn.
It's more likely he came here to slit our throats while we were asleep.
Oh, no. Just want see. Look. You.
I guess you don't need me in there. Come on, Bill, I'll buy you a drink.
You're buying. Let's go.
Come on.
Hi, Hank. Is that a white man you just brought in there?
Yep.
Be he renegade?
No, it seems Shoshone stole him a long time ago when he was a kid. Oh, Hank! Ben Cartwright's still in town? Yes, sir, he is. You tell him I got to see him right away? I sure will, Mr. Lewis. Now make sure he don't leave town without me seeing him. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Think hard now, Billy. Where were you living at the time the Indians took you and your mother?
Not remember.
You remember how old you were?
Think 6.
6 years old. A long time ago, Ben. Even if you did have any kin folks left, there's no telling where they could have got to by now.
Billy, you happen to know your father's name?
Call Matt.
Matthew Horn. Now, there's something to go on. What was your mother's name, son?
Ma. She died 7 winter ago. That bad winter.
Billy, did your ma ever say anything about your family?
My people, Shoshone, keep us...
Oh, separated?
Separated. Not see Ma much. Sounds like real nice people. No, it's their way. They treat me good.
Well, you reckon there's any chance that your father might still be alive?
Ma think he killed that Big Sandy.
Big Sandy. There's a settlement near the Oregon Territory called Big Sandy.
Yeah. Well, that's much too far for the Shoshone to go.
But it's still possible, isn't it?
It's possible. And I'll get a telegram off to the Big Sandy right now. Come on, boy.
Roy, where you taking?
Gonna lock him up?
Huh? It's all right, Billy. Jail's no place for the boy.
I go with you.
You're gonna have to stay here, boy.
Roy, well, we can take care of him.
Then you're forgetting he's just 3 days away from horse stealing.
Now, look, I'm not going to press any charges. Are you?
Now, look, what I'm trying to say is he was brought up Shoshone. Dog clan Shoshone at that. Wild. Now, who knows what he's likely to do running out there loose?
Roy, this isn't a very good way to welcome a man home to his people.
I'll grant you that.
Look, Roy, we'll be responsible for him.
And what about the folks out there that look on him as just a pure Indian, nothing else?
All right, he'll be safe on the Ponderosa with us.
How about it?
All right, I'll release him in your custody.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you very much.
Sheriff, thank you. Come on, Billy. There you go.
Oh, Mr. Cartwright, Ned Lewis said he'd like to see you right away.
Oh?
He sounded like it was pretty important.
Oh, well, better get over there. Thank you, Hank. Bring the horses.
Yes, sir.
Bet you never saw anything like this before.
Huh.
You ought to see New York or San Francisco. About 100 times bigger than this.
Oh, you not say that, might believe you.
You better believe me, it's the truth.
Yeah, it's true. Well, Ned, I hear you were looking for me.
And how are you?
Oh, this is Billy Horn.
Oh, I heard about you, young fella. Pleased to meet you.
Of course, you know little Joe.
Oh, Joe.
So, Lewis, how you doing?
Hey, where's Hoss and Adam?
Oh, I sent them east with some cattle. Why?
Well, now, you can reach him if we need him, I suppose.
Yeah, of course I can. What's so important?
Then I got this a couple of days ago. Pretty near fretted myself into old age waiting for you to get back.
Now, Ned, it'll take me about 3 hours to read through all this. What's it all about?
Well, in a nutshell, a man by the name of Milton Tanner is challenging your title to about 1/3 of the Ponderosa. Day before yesterday, he filed a claim on it.
You don't expect me to take this seriously, do you?
Well, this man doesn't waste his time, Ben. I'll take my oath on that.
Oh, we have ironclad title to every foot of the Ponderosa. You know that.
Until 2 days ago, yes.
Sorry. No longer use these things.
You just take your time, get used to it. If you need anything, call me. I'll be downstairs.
And that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of, Ned.
Well, ridiculous or not, Ben, your title is shaky.
But how can it be? It's all spelled out in that.
These documents are all based on this.
Yeah?
The original land patent.
Yes, I know.
So they're no better than this is.
But it's ironclad. We proved it over and over and over again.
You know, that's a very interesting thing about the law. It's open to interpretation. There was a similar case 4 or 5 months ago. At that time, Judge Griffith threw out the original land grant and ruled in favor of the later claim. Now, with a precedent like that, Ben, the burden of proof is going to be on you.
All right, then we'll prove it again if we have to.
If you can.
What do you mean, if we can?
Ben, if you let Tanner take you into court, his lawyer's going to hit you with something like this. And the southern boundary shall be the river known as Buckhorn Creek. Now, that river has changed course twice that I know of. You show me where it was 92 years ago when this document was written. No, he's got a case, Ben.
But it's not right.
Morally, probably not. Legally, that's something else again.
What do you want me to do?
Stay out of court if you possibly can. Then I think we ought to go have a talk with Tanner.
I don't know, Mr. Tanner. I don't want to know.
Well, at least we'd see what he's after. Got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
He's rented the old Jenkins place. I could meet you there in the morning.
All right.
All right, Ben. I'll get on back to town.
See Mr. Lewis at the door, Pa.
Oh, Joe, while I'm over at Tanner's, look up that survey we made up the Buckhorn River.
Right, Pa.
There trouble for you?
Yeah, I'm afraid there is trouble. You know, all that land you saw yesterday, even the land this house is on. Well, there's a man trying to take it away from us.
He can do this?
No, not if we can stop him.
We'll help you.
There's nothing you can do.
You save life when man would shoot me. You make your home my home. You have fight. My fight, too.
Thanks, Billy, but it's not that kind of fight.
Oh, Mr. Tanner. That'll probably be Mr. Cartwright.
Come on in.
Ben? How you been? I don't believe you gentlemen have met officially. Mr. Tanner, Mr. Ben Cartwright.
High time you and I got together. Could I offer you something?
No, thank you.
Sit down. Guess I've stirred up quite a fuss, haven't I?
I'm afraid you have, Mr. Tanner.
Well, usually these things can be settled if nobody takes it personally.
I don't know of any other way to take it.
How can you blame a businessman for grabbing an opportunity when he sees it?
Well, it seems to me you went to considerable trouble to create an opportunity.
I may have improved it a little. Why should you and I be at each other's throats?
I think I can tell you why, Mr. Tanner.
Now, Ben.
Now that the problem is here, let's settle it. As quickly and as quietly as possible.
Oh? Well, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to settle.
Now, just a minute, please. Now, Ben, I'm your lawyer. You let me handle this. Mr. Tanner, what were you about to say?
Good, good. That's the attitude. I've got a proposition. There's several $100,000 worth of timber on those hills. That's what I'm interested in.
That section can never be heavily logged.
Why not?
Because it's a watershed, Mr. Tanner. You take those trees away, the Ponderosa will be flooded every spring.
Mr. Cartwright, I was prepared to make you a proposition. To withdraw my claim against the land in return for the timber.
Mr. Tanner, neither you nor anybody else is going to make a mud hole out of the Ponderosa.
Well, now, if that's going to be your attitude.
That's exactly what my attitude is going to be, simple and clear.
A court of law might disagree with that, Mr. Cartwright.
I don't know what kind of a case you have, but I can promise you the fight of your life. Come on, Ned. Joseph, would you mind not throwing those hanks of hair into the fire?
Oh. Yo, I'm almost through anyway, Pa. Here, take a look at that. Good, huh?
Oh,
Yeah, it looks good.
guess it can grow back if have to.
You're not gonna have to have it grow back. It looks nice that way. Let me see how this happens. Oh, it fits better now.
Look like toadstool.
I'll put the boots on. We gotta get into town. Hey, Pa, Billy and I are going into town. You need anything?
No, you're going to go along.
Okay, we're just gonna get a couple things. We'll be right back. Come on, hurry up with the boots, will you? Fit all right? Come on. All right, cut his hair. Put the boots on. Come on, let's go. Come on, get you fitted out with some new clothes. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a good fit. Looks real good on you.
Oh, too tight. Cannot hunt or fight in this.
It's too tight. You're not gonna hunt in this. It's a dress code. You're not gonna have to do any fighting either.
Who can say when he have to fight?
Well, I like it. We'll take it. Let's see. I think that's about it. We got everything. Hey, will you lay off that candy? You're gonna get sick from it.
One more.
You said one more 5 minutes ago. Yeah, that shirt looks good on you.
Oh, these fine gifts, little Joe. I pay you back.
You don't have to pay me back. It's between friends. All you gotta do is wear them.
This is $22.75, Joe.
All right. It's money.
Just paper.
It's still money.
You take paper for clothes?
Yes.
You would not rather have fur? Blanket? Horse, maybe?
This'll do just fine, believe me. All right, thanks. Come on, let's go. We'll pick that stuff up later. You look great.
Oh, hi, little Joey. About jumped out of my skin.
How you doing, Sheriff?
What are you doing? Now, don't tell me that this is Billy Horn.
That's Billy.
Glad you come in town, though. It saves me a trip. I got something here for you. From the Big Sandy.
Oh, you can't read it, Roy.
Oh, well, the Big Sandy is your home. That's where you were born, and your pa's buried there. This telegram is from a fella named Jack Anderson. He knew your father, and he remembers you, too. Says anytime you want to come back, they'll be mighty glad to have you.
Billy, you just say the word, we'll fix it up so you can be in Big Sandy right away.
No. Not yet.
Well, I thought you'd be kind of anxious to get home again.
After a while. We'll tell when.
Hey, mister. You're trespassing.
I guess you'd be the one they call Little Joe Cartwright, huh?
You guessed right. What's your name?
Hilton Tanner.
All right, Tanner, you're trespassing.
Maybe I am a trifle ahead of time. He must be that wild boy you people picked up. Tell me, boy, what's it like living with those dirty savages?
All right, I said you're trespassing. Get off the land.
You better watch your temper, boy. You may need a job when I start logging that timber.
That man who tried to take land?
Yeah, that's the man.
Joe? Remember the survey we had made back, what, five years ago?
Mm-hmm.
I want those old benchmarks rechecked.
That's a good idea. I'll do it tomorrow. Billy will come along with me.
Seven judges to draw from on the circuit. We have to pick Judge Griffith.
Only one decision ever handed down against the landowner, and he did it.
We've got him. Sometimes nothing goes right.
Mr. Cartwright? This Judge Griffith, he tell you can keep your land or not?
In a way, yes.
He not friend yours?
Never even met him.
No.
Have thought. 3 us. 1 Tanner. Think, run him off.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's against the law for us to do anything like that to Tanner.
Then law protect enemy?
Well, yeah, in a way it does.
And same law will let stranger give your land to man like Tanner.
Well, it can, yes.
Then law wrong.
Billy. See, a long time ago, people decided that fighting was not the best way to solve problems. And just because a man was strong didn't mean that he was right. So to protect the weaker people, they set up courts and laws.
You not weaker people. Not need such law.
Well, the courts were set up to protect the weak and the strong.
Then you let your land be taken away to protect people who weak.
I suppose 3 people came along who wanted to take something that belonged to you. Now, wouldn't you like to have a court and laws to protect you?
No. If cannot defend what own, not deserve it. Perhaps you not care much for land, Mr. Cartwright.
I care for it very much. We all do.
Not understand white man law.
Well, sometimes I don't understand it either.
Hey, Billy! Billy, I found one! Billy! Billy! It's a gun. Here. Hey, that's a big one, huh? I was a little afraid you might have gone back with the Shoshones.
Why?
I could understand you being homesick.
That's not home. When you chase us and I come into camp, think I want to be caught. Many time Ma tell me, must someday get back to white people.
Thought you said they kept you and your mother apart.
They try, but she would come to me at night, hold me, tell me things.
And what kind of things?
Our Father, who art heaven, hallowed be name. Blessed are meek, for shall inherit earth. 2 times 2, 4. 2 times 3, 6. 2 times 4, 8. 2 times 5. All men endowed by Creator with certain inalienable right, among which other things.
You know, I can remember my mother teaching me some of the same things.
I've not found use for them.
Don't worry, you will.
Shoshone teach me thing too. How to skin bear. Use skin for warmth. How to protect what belonged to me.
Like Pa says, some things the Indians do are different from the things the white men do.
Then white way better?
Of course it's not better. It's just the way it is, that's all. You have to take what you learn from the Indian, take what you learn from the white man, and then decide which is good and which is bad.
Teach man repay debt. Is wrong?
Of course not, that's good.
Then that much learned from Shoshone can keep.
Brutus, what is it?
Who's there?
Billy Horn.
What do you want?
Talk.
Well, speak your piece.
I come warn you.
Warn me about what?
Do not try take Mr. Cartwright land or I kill you.
You tell Mr. Cartwright if he wants to threaten me, let him do it himself.
He not threaten you, I do. Mr. Cartwright friend, if you hurt him, I kill you. I've spoken.
Brutus,
Mr. Cartwright?
Billy? That you, Billy? What But are you not there?
Not worry anymore. Have killed Mr. Tanner for you.
Killed Mr. Tanner?
Think you'll be pleased.
You killed Mr. Tanner?
Well, not want to. One first. His choosing. Had to stop from taking Ponderosa.
Billy, you did wrong.
How? Enemy dead. Land safe. We're wrong.
Killing is wrong.
Wolf kill doe. Fawn starve. Wolf eat. We're wrong.
Billy, we're not animals.
Have to live. Have to protect ourselves. If you afraid Mr. Tanner friends, I go now before get here.
Oh, Billy. Billy killed Mr. Tanner. I just heard. We'll have to take him to town to the sheriff.
You my friend. Not understand.
Sheriff?
Yeah?
I'm through.
All right. Talkative cuss, ain't he?
Yeah. Ben? I couldn't get a word out of him.
You know he ain't took a loud breath ever since you brought him in here?
Ned, will you defend him?
I'm not sure he wants to be defended.
Will you help him?
All right, Ben, I'll do what I can for him.
Bunch of
I'll see that you don't give me any trouble, huh, son?
Morning, Billy. Now, look, son. Sooner or later, you're going to have to talk to somebody. I'm the best one because I'm on your side.
This place is where they kill me?
Son, is that what you've been carrying around inside you all this time? Well, now, if you'd just let me talk to you, I could have explained. This is just a trial. I'm here to protect you.
What I to you?
You're my client. Ben Cartwright's friend.
Have no friend.
Oh, yes, you do. Whole lot better than you think.
They will kill me.
Morning, Judge. Everybody rise, please.
How does a defendant plead?
Your Honor, if I may approach the bench.
You may.
We are prepared to enter a plea of guilty if I can be assured of an opportunity to enter testimony that will have direct bearing on the sentence.
Your Honor, is counsel trying to bargain with the court?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, it is unusual, Mr. Lewis.
There is precedent, Your Honor. The Case of the People versus Lyle Biggert, revised reports, 1854. And People versus 4 Indians, 1858.
Very well, Mr. Lewis. Enter your plea. I'll hear your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The defendant pleads guilty.
Call your witness, Mr. Lewis.
Call Mr. Benjamin Cartwright. Now, Mr. Cartwright, would you tell us, please, just what is your relationship with the defendant?
Well, I considered Billy Horn a friend. I still do.
That's in spite of what he's done.
Yes, in spite of what he has done. But I would like to say that his standards are different from ours.
Would you explain yourself, Mr. Cartwright?
Well, Billy Horn was raised by the Shoshones, people whose laws are different from ours. He grew up in a world where you kill, if you have to, for survival, or for the survival of your friends. Now, Billy Horn killed a man because he thought he was helping me, his friend. I believe that what he did was wrong. He believes that what he did was necessary and right. Well, in a way, Billy Horn's problem is a kind of test for all of us to judge how far our white man's civilization has come since its beginning. Your Honor, I hope the court will give Billy a chance to see that our way of life is merciful and understanding, as well as just.
That concludes our testimony, Your Honor.
Just a minute. You may step down, Mr. Cartwright. Miss Lewis, Mr. Adams.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you gentlemen have anything further to discuss?
Well, if it's amiable with the defense, I'll concur.
Fine.
That's fine.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take this testimony under advisement. This case will be recessed until tomorrow.
Boy, you sure owe Ben Cartwright a debt of thanks.
Put me here.
Well, that's the law. But he more than likely saved your hide today.
I go free?
Well, I think the judge will probably give you a couple of years in prison.
Years? In small jail room?
Well, it beats hanging. Here, let me get them cuffs off of you.
Roy, what happened?
Billy Horn slugged me and got away.
Go! Joseph!
You gotta help me round up a posse.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What this time? Friend, enemy? Billy, you're making a big mistake by running away. You do it now, you'll be running the rest of your life.
Not understand white law. Help friends, friends put in jail.
You know we didn't want to do that. My father's doing everything he can to help you.
Rather die than be in jail.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this. If that posse catches you, they're going to kill you. I'm gonna have to bring you back with me.
Die first.
All right, is this the way you want it, Billy? Is this what your mother taught you to kill and then to run?
Not want to die.
Who said you're gonna die?
Not want to live in small jail room.
Billy, you killed a man. You have to pay for that. Don't you understand? It was wrong.
By bear, you say pay debt is right. When try do that, man and dog attack me. Now is wrong. White man have twisted tongue.
Wait a minute, what do you mean the dog and the man attacked you?
When I say stay away your land, they want kill me.
Billy, why didn't you say that in court? That's self-defense.
Just more words. Just only a few words.
Listen, try to understand me. In the white man's law, if you kill another man trying to save your own life, that's self-defense. I can't guarantee it'll get you off, but that can make the difference.
More words. I cannot believe you.
All right. All right, I can't force you to believe me. But I am your friend. I know you did what you did because you're my friend, too. That's why I just can't take you back. Remember one thing, now, something I told you. You have to take what you learned from the white man and what you learned from the Indian and decide which ones are good and which ones are bad. It's one decision you're gonna have to make for yourself. I can't make it for you.
Senor Sims is coming. There's a rider coming. I think it's one of the Cartwrights.
Put his horse away, Pablo.
Where are the other men?
All around you.
Well, what about the ranch hands? They leave any behind?
I went on a cattle drive, except for the kid and his father.
Yeah, we spotted the boy working fence up in the north section today. I think that's him riding in. What about the father?
Rode off toward town this morning. I figure he's due back.
You know what General Diaz said. Nobody gets hurt.
So you told me. And just where is our esteemed general now?
He and Miguel rode up into the mountains. He wanted to study a layout of the country.
Still playing the tin soldier, huh?
Listen, Forsyth.
No, you listen. When Diaz ain't here, I'm in command. You got that?
You're a fool. If you've killed him, General Diaz will feed us to the ants.
Silencio.
Ahí viene alguien.
Joe? Joseph! Is it too much trouble to stable your horse?
Into the house.
What is it? Shut up. Looks like you had a little accident, Mr. Cartwright. See how far you get.
Is it always necessary that you men loot like bandits? You disgrace us, pistolero. Get out.
Whatever you say, mi general.
So this is the great Ponderosa.
Look, I don't know who you are, General.
Permit me then to introduce myself. I am Arturo Diaz, General in the army of Benito Juarez.
Juarez doesn't have an army of bandits. We are not bandits. Then get these men out of here. My son needs a doctor.
What is the matter with him?
He's been hurt, wounded.
Wounded? How did this happen?
He was shot in the back.
He was to be taken as hostage.
He needs a doctor.
A doctor is impossible. If one of my men was seen in Virginia City, my enemies would know I am here. Where is the boy's bed?
Upstairs.
Perhaps I know a thing about wounds that you do not. Levántenlo.
Careful. Careful. Up this way.
Now it is up to Dios. Thank you. You see, senor, we are not bandits. I must apologize for my soldiers.
They are good fighting men, but their manners...
But we are not bandits. General, why are you here? Because at the moment, my country is fighting for its life against Maximilian, the tyrant. And because tomorrow, his mercenaries will use the lands of the Ponderosa to perform a certain act. If they are successful, my people face eternal slavery. What are they going to do here on the Ponderosa? You will learn all tomorrow, senor. That is a very interesting wound he has, is it not? No shotgun wound is interesting. No, but this one is special. The barrel of the shotgun was sawed off. Makes a big pattern. Saved his life. Which one of your men carries that kind of gun? Buenas noches, senor. You had better get some sleep. We have a long ride in the morning.
I'm not riding anywhere.
Stay here with my son.
You look like a man who is fair, just. A man who believes in human dignity. See, you are. I believe you would do something for a people's liberty.
What would you have me do?
It may be necessary to have someone guide us through the back roads out of the mountains. You know the country.
I can't leave my son alone.
As soon as our work is done, you will be free to return to him. Váyanse. Pablo.
Senor?
I am sorry for this, senor, but he will stand guard at the top of the stairs. And now, until we ride in the morning. Buenas noches. Miguel.
Yeah, General?
Take his guns. What happened to the boy?
Look, General, I do my job.
What happened to the boy?
I was forced to shoot him.
In the back?
Now, look, Sims was there. He can tell you.
I am not talking to Senor Sims. I'm talking to you, Senor Forsyth. Take off your hat. I gave an order. It was your responsibility to see that no harm came to these people. You are a pistolero, hired to carry a gun. How do you think I should discipline you?
That's up to you, General. In any way El Presidente Juarez might think fit and proper.
Yes. That does give one pause. I keep forgetting how your skill for killing has served my country's cause and earned the gratitude of our great leader. Take him out. In the morning, give him his guns.
You all right, amigo? He should not have hit you just for shooting a gringo.
It wasn't for the shooting. This has been coming for a long time. He's jealous of my pull with Juarez. Well, he's played his hand, now I'll play mine.
Be careful, hombre. General Diaz is still el jefe.
So he's a big man. I'll take care of him. You with me?
I'm with you, amigo. But what of Senor Sims?
Don't worry about Sims. Once we get our hands on that wagon, he'll be easy to convince. The men are ready to attack, General.
Get to your post. Pronto. Pistolero. He enjoys this.
And you?
I've had too much. Revolution takes a long time. But we have a saying. La fortuna sigue al hombre valiente. Fortune favors the brave. Even here, we fight for the liberty of Mexico.
Liberty of Mexico? What, one wagon?
This is what is in the wagon, senor. Viva México.
Diaz is dead! Don't let that man get away!
The general's horse. Vamos, señor. Adelante.
Get some water.
Sí, señor.
This is not your fight. Get up!
Lie still. Thought you were dead.
For me, death is an old companion.
Will you stay quiet?
Hurry up with that water!
Looks like you've won your victory, General.
Get me a horse, Brunt.
See me hand it on. Oh, killing you be a waste. A real waste. Look what I got.
Come on, Forsyth. Back off. Leave her alone.
Leave her alone, huh?
Leave her alone.
Stop it!
It's the second time you put a gun on me. You won't do it again.
General Diaz. Forsyth said you were dead.
Senorita, what is your name?
Molly. Molly Reed. I was a passenger on the wagon.
Passenger. There was to be no passenger. You will explain this.
Well, I was on my way to San Francisco. I had no money. The wagon driver befriended me. He said I could ride in the back.
Senor Cartwright, would you say she is speaking truly? Does it make any difference? How many men did we lose?
All except Pablo, Miguel, Forsyth, and me.
They were good men. Good farmers. Good fighting men. Gold. Si, senor. Gold. Stolen from my country by Maximilian's ministers. A precious metal that could buy freedom for a whole people. I pray that it will be worth the price we have paid in blood today.
Where were they taking this?
To San Francisco. And from there to Europe. But now, it will be used to defeat the tyrants. Adios, Senor Cartwright. We will not need you anymore. Truly, I'm sorry I've brought you so much trouble. I will pray for your son's recovery.
Thank you.
Back wound, you'll never make it to the border, General.
afraid he is right. One more favor I must ask of you. This time there is a bullet in my back. A doctor is still not possible.
Let's get him back to the ranch. Put him in the wagon, Miguel.
No. I will ride. I am not dead yet. I still command. Miguel.
Sí, jefe.
Take Senor Cartwright's horse. You will want to see your son. Take the senorita with you.
General, you've let that wound go too long.
You ever take a bullet out of a man, Senor Sims?
No, sir. I put plenty in him, though.
Do not worry. I think Senor Cartwright will show you what must be done. Miguel!
Sí, mi general.
You will stand guard over the gold. Kill anyone who comes near it. Entiende?
Sí, señor.
Feeling bad, General?
Now, we will give you your lesson in surgery. You will find, senor, that a bullet goes into a man much easier than it comes out.
Better hold on to him.
No, I do not need to hear.
It's better this way. Put him up.
Buckshot.
Nothing to be afraid of, girl. Just want to talk a little. Sims told me about how those Indians killed your folks. You know, I've been wondering, how come they didn't lift your scalp at the same time?
I don't know. They just didn't.
You don't say. They just left you all alone, didn't they?
Maybe you can fool Sims and the others, but not me, sister, not for a minute. Where did you live after your folks were killed by the Indians? In some Indians wiki up? San Francisco. What are you going to do in San Francisco? Work in some Barbary Coast dive for drinks, huh?
No!
Get out of here, Forsythe! If I catch you near her again, I'll kill you!
Sure, Sims.
You listen to me now. You stay in this house. Don't leave this room. I'll have Miguel guard you. I can trust him. Are you all right? I've got to get back to the wagon, but I'll come back to you later.
You've kind of taken a liking to that, Nina, huh?
Look, Forsythe, if you've got anything to say to me, you say it straight and clear.
Why did you join up with Juarez? To get yourself a little piece of land somewhere, right?
You knew that. What are you driving at?
What if I told you you could get that land, all the land you want, and soon? What would you say to that?
I'd say you're out of your mind.
With Diaz out of the way, we could split that gold between three of us, you, me, and Pablo, and buy a lot of land with $1 million in gold.
You mean kill Diaz?
Why not? What's he to you? He pays you $50 a head to do his killing. Is he more important than the girl than the land? Think about it, Sims. $1 million for squeezing a trigger.
When you figure on doing this?
Sometime between now and the morning.
I'll think about it.
Sims, remember this. No matter where you go or what you do, you need money.
Like I said, I'll think about it. Go up to the house and get yourself something to eat. And while you're there, do me a favor. Watch after Molly.
Sí, señor. I'll watch the señorita.
Why Miguel?
Oh, he wasn't smart like you, compadre. Couldn't see things our way.
I didn't say I saw things your way.
You will. Pablo, get a couple of shovels. We'll bury him deep and peaceful.
General. 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 Joe, you gotta get dressed. Come on, Joe. You gotta get out of here. Joe, I'm sorry. Sorry, Joe. Put your arm through here. Molly, help me get him to the chair. I gotta go out and get us some help. Get back some help for the general.
What are you going to do?
Get a couple of horses.
But those men are down there with the wagon.
I'll go.
No, Joe.
I'll go with you.
Joe. Don't move. Don't move. Do you hear, boy? Don't move. Come on. Don't let him out of this room until I get back. Do you understand?
Mr. Cartwright. What if you don't come back?
I'll be back.
No, you mustn't.
My pa.
No, let's go back.
I'm gonna kill my pa.
Wait.
Who are you?
Nobody.
No. No.
Wait.
Not my pa.
No. Wait, they're gonna hurt me.
What are you doing here?
Came to take care of the horses. Somebody's got to take care of them.
I already done that. Come on, William. There's a lot of heat in this leg. I'm trying to cool it off.
Yeah. Oh, you seem to know a lot about horses.
I know this much. If I don't get the heat out of this leg, this horse isn't going to be pulling any gold wagon tomorrow.
You're doing pretty good with that horse. The man who makes a living toting a gun.
I didn't always tote a gun.
You a farmer, Sims?
I was once. At a little place in Tennessee. I worked like a mule on that land, but it weren't no good. Soil was all burned out. Then came 3 years of drought. Wiped me out.
I know a lot about that drought. A lot of people wiped out. Some of them came out west. Put their roots down in new land.
Yeah. A lot of them try to make it as homesteaders. For me, a gun is handier than a plow.
Ever think of putting your gun away, starting over on new land?
I never think of nothing else. But the last 2 years I've been, well, I've been saving money. I've been putting it away.
Land bought with blood. Hard to plow.
There ain't no other, mister.
Yeah, there is. Up in Oregon. Free for the asking. Plenty of water. Good soil.
You seen it?
Yeah, I've been there.
What difference does it make? How's a man like me go back to living a normal life?
Put away your gun. It's that simple.
Get back to the house! Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright. I tried to stop him. Sorry.
So you're like the rest of them. All that talk about free land, starting over, just a trick. I ought to put a bullet in both of you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. Sure, you're good with a gun. I want to get away here. He needs a doctor. But I meant every word of what I said. There's land up in Oregon, and it's yours. All you have to do is take it. You haven't got what it takes, like you said. It's easier to pull a trigger than to put a hand on a plow. Well, go ahead, pull the trigger. Give up any chance you ever had of making anything out of your life.
Johnny. Johnny, listen to him. He's right.
That was a real pretty speech, Mr. Cartwright. Too bad he didn't fall for it.
Don't try, Forsyth.
So you swallowed that Oregon free land fairy tale he handed you, huh? Well, let me set you straight about a few things. Sure, there's free land on Oregon, lots of it. And with enough money, you can build your own Ponderosa. But without money, you'll be breaking your back for years to clear a few stinking acres. That's the difference, money. Think about that.
Get back to the house, Cartwright. Go ahead. Nothing's decided, Forsyth. I'm still thinking on it.
Don't take too long.
is this? You ain't crying, are you?
No, I ain't crying.
Hey, now, you are too crying. And shivering. Oh, your hands are like ice. Here, come on, sit down close to the fire. Here. This is good for you. It kind of gets your circulation going. I guess this must have been a hard day for you.
I'm afraid I started feeling sorry for myself.
Molly, what do you plan on doing after this?
Well, I'm all alone. I guess I'll have to get a job in San Francisco.
You mean on that Barbary Coast?
As good a place as any.
Oh, no, it isn't, Molly. You know better than that.
Do I?
Yes, you do. Oh, Molly, you're just about the prettiest girl I ever did see.
No. You don't know me. You don't know anything.
Well, now, that's funny, because from the very first moment I saw you, it was like I'd known you all my life. Molly, it may sound crazy, but
don't.
what I'm asking you...
Don't. I'm not what you think I am.
To me, you're everything that's clean and pure and beautiful.
I'm not. I'm not clean and pure and beautiful. Look at me. Look at me. That wagon driver knew. Forsyth knew. Everyone knows. Look at me.
What am I supposed to see?
A year ago, a Sioux war party raided our farm. They killed my father, burned him, and they made me watch. And then my mother.
No.
And then they...
No.
But they let me live. Oh, yes, they let me live. And you know why? I'll tell you why.
Molly, don't say it. Don't say it.
Oh, I fought them as best I could. But how can you fight them? For a year, they kept me. A year. And I escaped. But I didn't escape.
No.
You can never escape a thing like that.
Don't, Molly. Molly, I don't care. I don't care what happened. I don't care what anyone says. They never touched you, you hear me? Nobody ever touched you. Molly. Oh, nobody's ever gonna hurt you again. Nobody. Oh, Forsyth has a plan. I'm gonna have enough money to protect you from everything.
Forsyth, you're not going to listen to him.
Well, what's wrong with listening to him? At least it's a way.
It's no way, Johnny. It's just plain cold-blooded murder. It's no way for you. It's no way for me.
We're loading the gold. We'll be ready in 5 minutes. Are you coming?
Go ahead. I'll be along in a minute.
Johnny, it's no way.
The man who shot your son was a murderer. The man who shot me was a traitor. He must be destroyed.
General, come here. Something else you've got to see.
Now I must move.
Now we both must move.
What are you doing, senor?
I don't know. Gotta do something.
This is the best way, Johnny.
All right. But I've got to do something to stop Forsyth.
You'll do nothing, compadre. You either throw in with us right now or you're a dead man. Pablo!
fool, pistolero. In all eternity, few men have the chance to do something truly great. Something unselfish. Something that makes them bigger than other men. All Mexico would have been at your feet for the contribution you made to our liberty. But no, you chose something else. Something small and greedy. And that will destroy you.
You don't scare me. You can die like any other man.
There you are wrong, pistolero. I am freedom for my people. I am death for those who would betray that freedom. Dios, guarda nuestro país.
God, keep our country.
Molly, the doc said I'd be fine.
Joe's going to be all right, too.
Molly, I've got a job to finish. A job I promised the general. I've got to get that gold back to Juarez.
Johnny.
Molly, you wait here until I get back from Mexico. If it's all right with Mr. Cartwright.
It's all right with Mr. Cartwright. And, Johnny, I got two of my neighbors to escort you as far as the border. They're good friends of mine.
I thank you, sir.
Take care of yourself. It's a long ride.
I will. And, well, I better let Pablo drive the wagon. I'd hate to rob Juarez of the pleasure of meeting him. Te veré pronto.
Do you know what he said to you?
No.
He said, I'll see you soon.